Oh wow. I thank you so much for telling me that. I've been speaking for the last 18 minutes without the microphone. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so let me go ahead and recap for everybody watching. Um, let's go back down to Springfield. When I started the live stream, we had a tornado warning just to the south of Springfield, so over towards Nix. In fact, I can show it right there. And so we had the tornado warning for Nixa, heading into Ozark, Battlefield, southeastern part of the city, Metro Springfield. That has since moved off to the northeast, and the tornado warnings are no longer at the moment. Tornado warnings have been canceled here, and right now we just have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Pretty much the strongest part of the storm this evening is now between Marshville, right there, pretty much just east of Marshville, heading into Johnson Ford, and but that is weakening as I'm seeing the latest radar coming in. So yeah, um, the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. I want to say, give me one moment to load this up here for another 7 minutes, and that's severe thunderstorm warning for Webster, Southern Dallas, Northwestern Wright, Northwestern Douglas, Northeastern Christian, Lacede, Pork, and Greene counties. Pretty much that have weakened. The storms have weakened, so expect that warning to expire. However, we do have a threat of flash flooding right now. Right now, we do have numerous flash flood warnings in effect. Here, let's go ahead and take a look here. Let's see. Yeah, for the next 6 hours for a large part of the Ozarks here. Rainfall amounts 1 to 3 inches so far. Um, what I was saying earlier is this line back here, that's where the cold front likely is. I realize it's showing its way back here towards Manhattan, but the line right, the cold front itself's right there. Once we get the cold front to work through the region tonight within the next, hopefully, 3 to 4 hours, at least through Springfield, things will really quieten down. But next several hours, the main threat will be strong winds. There still is a tornado threat, but again, it's starting to go down as the night progresses here. For our friends up in the Kansas City metro, we did have a tornado warning for portions of the metro, as we did have some possible um, power flashes. Let me go back to where there was a tornado warning. So this was for the metro areas. We did have some storm reports coming in of potential tornado out there, but nothing as far as actual confirmed tornado damage. Kansas City area, the severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect out through here. It's going to expire in the next 5 minutes. I am detecting some very large hail out through here, just to the northwest of Wellington. That's the blinking area right there, and the purple showing up. That indicates some potential large hail as those storms continue to work its way eastward. We do have that tornado watch that has been allowed to. Give me one moment. It's been extended until 4 a.m., so we could have a few tornadoes with some very large hail, and a couple of tornadoes could be intense, and we could have damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So what you're seeing on the screen is the information from the Storm Prediction Center here. So for our friends in Columbia, it's going to be a long night. You guys have the heavy rainfall you're dealing with now, and then you have the stronger line off to the west that's going through east of Kansas City right now, and that's going to bring some very strong winds and some hail for you as well. And again, we do have that tornado potential. For our friends in the St. Louis area, we do have that severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect going until 6 a.m. Now, keep in mind there could still potentially be tornadoes, but we're not expecting a big outbreak or as many tornadoes across the severe thunderstorm watch. I know it could be confusing because you think, possibility of tornadoes, there'd be a tornado watch, but they tend to save the tornado watch for the storms that's more capable and likely or to produce the tornadoes. So in the severe thunderstorm watch, the main threats will be strong winds up to 70 miles per hour and some very large hail. So let's look at the St. Louis area, as we do have the storms just to the west of the metro that's going to be moving in shortly. And let's go ahead, cover a pretty large area. So I'm going to be jumping around, quite a bit tonight here, taking a look at the areas that have the most significance at the moment here. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, no, that's an older one. Tornado possible, large hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now, just because you see tornado possible doesn't mean that it's likely producing a tornado. A lot of times they add that tag to it when we're dealing with an environment that there could be tornadoes. Because a lot of times, if you have the right ingredients, these severe thunderstorms, if there's enough rotation, enough shear, you could get a tornado. But at the moment here, take a look at storm relative velocity here. Oh, that's really bright. Okay, so I'll go back to base. So there is a minor couplet, but again, not enough to warrant a tornado warning out of that cell. And looking back at our severe thunderstorm warning up to here, pretty much east of Marshville right now, is the area where we're getting the 50 to 60 mile per hour winds pushing through in the brighter colors. So that's what we're looking at right now. Let's go ahead and see. Okay, yeah, I don't want to do that one. Maybe I want to leave that on now. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll leave it on. There's a couple different modes we can use for the radar, and so give me one moment. I'm gonna be okay. Just looking at some settings for the radar here. A little bit behind the scenes work going on. Now, being the radar in motion, we do have this outflow boundary ahead of the main line of storms right now, and that's producing some strong winds right now. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, but that should expire momentarily. And as far as thunderstorm warnings, we don't have anything right now, except for that one, Bella Vista moving into Missouri right now. Cassville, you will get some intense thunderstorms moving in. You have no warning right now. Actually, give me one moment. Let me see if that is just a brand new warning just issued momentarily. Yes, it is. Fresh off the presses is a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Stone County, northern Berry County. This is going to 1:15 a.m. At 12:28 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Exeter or over Cassville, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So the main threat will be 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So that is the heavy cell that I was mentioning for Cassville right now. And I'll go ahead and take a look at the velocity and see what kind of wind. So right now at Cassville, we're getting about 20 to 30 miles per hour likely here. But just to the northwest of you guys, heading towards Battlefield and Purdy, You could get winds of about 50 to 60 possibly showing up on the radar right now here. So that's mainly why they issued that warning. And let me go here. Oh yeah, very large hail. I'm gonna see if I can fix this here. Yeah, sorry about that. I can't get rid of the white background, so that's really bright, but that goes to show you the very intense hell. And let me turn that off so it's not it's hard on the eyes there. So anytime you see the flashing on the radar, I have it set up to show where there could be large hail. So again, the main threat right now for Cassville is the very large hail. So new radar scan just came in, and it's now north of town is where the largest hail is located. So over towards Battlefield, heading towards Traverse as well. So again, that is the area where we could see the most significant storms right now for the Springfield area, and these storms again will be moving off to the east for the rest of the night. So it's been a long night of storms here in Ozarks, but zooming out to the region here, I'm gonna go ahead and turn on a composite here. We are seeing these lines of storms developing, continue to develop, and it's going to be an active night, and these storms will continue to move through and should maintain their strength at least for the next several hours as the storms move through. In fact, I can go ahead and load up a model here. It's always good to take a look at the latest model data. Okay, there you go. So this right here is a look at the future radar. Go ahead and put this into motion here. So this is at 1 a.m. It's showing the storms. Now this is kind of yeah, it's gonna be a little off, but it gives you a general idea of when the storms will be moving through. This is 3 a.m. We still have storms near Cartridge. At 4 a.m. we still have that line of storms moving through Springfield. 5 a.m. the storm should be just south of Springfield and around Ozark, and will be continuing to push their way, march their way off to the south. So by 7 a.m. they'll be located near West Plains, and they shouldn't be as severe by 5 or 6 in the morning, but by 8 a.m. To 9 a.m., the storms will be located near the Boot Hill, or be entering the Boot Hill, and be entering the Jonesboro area, and will continue to march their way eastward and pretty much still be heavy, produce thunderstorms, but no widespread severe weather or anything like that by that time. So go ahead and go back to the current radar information here, as we still have, zooming out to a broader area, we still have the storms moving through a good portion of the Ozarks, pretty much from Springfield stretching all the way up to St. Louis along I-44, and then we have storms back towards Kansas City. We do have some storms up here near Des Moines, but again, nothing too impressive. And then for our friends over here, Davenport to Burlington, we do have some storms just to the west of that area, moving pretty much to the west of Peoria, and they will continue to press up towards Princeton, and will be entering the Chicagoland area within the next couple of hours. And it looks like a new, give me 1 second here, special weather statement issued for friends up here is for a strong winds up to 40 to 55 miles per hour is possible in a broad area, starting to get close to the Chicago area. So no warnings, no storms for Chicago right now, but just a heads up. And we do have some strong storms moving. They just moved through through Madison, and then we'll be moving towards Milwaukee. Again, nothing severe. And then we do have another special weather statement up to a good portion of Wisconsin. That's for dense fog up there. So not only are you going to get some storms up there, but some dense fog as well. And for our friends back here, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the precipitation type. And that's something else to show that while we're getting a lot of storms in the Ozarks here, we are getting some snow on the back edge here. Just a thin layer of snow. And it's not going to accumulate much, but we're already getting, that's a winter weather advisory, but we are getting a snow report at Yaha. 0.2 inch as of snow. So nothing impressive really, just a little bit showing up like that. So nothing very impressive here. So thanks to Ryan Hall for putting that ability on the radar here. So let's go ahead and take a look back at the storms here on the warm side. All right, this is the Kansas City Metro here. That's the warning. The warning has expired here, so that is good news. The severe thunderstorm warning for the Kansas City area has expired, and back towards the Springfield area, again no more tornado warnings, thank goodness. But we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the Mosaic radar and go back to our live radar here. And it's showing the large hill is now to the east of Battlefield and will be continuing to work its way to the northeast, probably about 50 miles per hour tonight here. I'm going to see what kind of data I can load up here. Give me one moment here. See if I can load some traffic cameras. I'm not sure if we have any for the Springfield area. Yeah, a lot of the Ozarks, we don't have the cams yet. Let's see if we have an area with cams. Yeah, we're going to have a lot up here because of the... There you go, yeah. So... you're not gonna see a lot right now, but the scout camera up here in the Kansas City Metro, they do have a lot of live cams up through there. So, not really seeing much in the way of their storm chasers. Not seeing. Let's see if we have any. Yeah. Well, we do have a special weather statement just issued for winds of 50 miles per hour for anyone that's watching in Oklahoma. A large area, strong thunderstorms will be pushing through. Again, we are transitioning to a mainly tornado threat to straight line winds as these storms are moving more in straight lines right now. So that's a large area of northeast Oklahoma, just north of Tulsa there, getting some pretty strong winds moving in here. And for our friends in Springfield, the strongest part of the storm is located... Let me go ahead and do a storm track on this. So it's moving about 50 miles per hour here. I'll take it, and it's going 50 miles per hour. Okay, yeah, it's not showing any locations, but yeah. Okay, so bam, bam, bam. So everyone at this point knows the tornado watch is in effect till 1 a.m. for the Springfield area, a good portion of the Ozarks here. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the storm tracker feature. And then we also have up through central Missouri, the severe thunderstorm watch goes for 5 more hours. And then in the Kansas City area, that tornado watch will expire at the same time as the watch in the Ozarks. And I am not seeing that they're going to issue another tornado watch, but what they may do is issue a severe thunderstorm watch. Now, we still have a tornado watch for eastern Oklahoma right now for another 3 hours. But as far as reissuing a watch for the Springfield and Ozarks area, I'm not seeing any indication of that at the moment here. And in case you've missed it, this outline through here, this big circle, that is a discussion for heavy rainfall. Let's see if I can click on it. It's kind of hard to. There we go. It's talking about a heavy rainfall, flash flooding is likely because these storms keep training over the same area. And training basically means that you have a line move in, but individual storms along the line will continue like a train up that line. And in fact, I can go ahead and take a look at the storm total or precipitation accumulation here. And we'll go ahead and zoom in here. Take a look at the areas in green. Indicate 2 to 3 inches. And you have some areas that are over 3 inches, especially over towards Joplin and Cartridge, where you already have that flash flood warning going on. So for the rest of tonight, the main threat will be damaging wind, large hail, and flash flooding. And of course, lots of lightning and heavy rainfall as well. I'm going to go ahead and put this in motion as we can see the line moving through, producing that very heavy rainfall. Back to the current reflectivity. Put this in motion. And like I said, pretty much the strongest storms right now have moved east to Springfield. In fact, that area has really weakened as far as the severe weather goes. It's mainly just heavy rainfall and a little bit of gusty winds to about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Nothing too severe at the moment here. And in about 15 minutes, we should see this tornado watch being expired. And in fact, what I'm going to do is go ahead and get the other radar program ready to go. And I'm going to take a quick 5 to 10 minute break, and I'm going to go ahead and put our normal radar animation back on the screen for you to watch while I take a quick break. And if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat and I'll respond when I get back. Alright, thank you again for watching. Hello, everyone. Just want to let you know that it's in the process of reprogramming the radar here, so that's why you saw a lot of movements with the radar here. So everything's programmed. I'm gonna go ahead and do a live voice over before I put the music on for the rest of the evening here. So let's go ahead and take a look back at our radar. Give me just one moment to go ahead and go in and get our storm tracker back up on the screen. There we go. And before I hop off here, again, I'm going to be up for the next several hours watching, but I'll just have the radar play in automation mode. I'll go ahead and take a look. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so I want to take a look at this storm right through here. And it looks like it lost a lot of its intensity here. So that is some good news. I just want to take a look at the warning here. Still showing potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds for the next 21 minutes. And that is for the storm in northern Stone County and northern Berry County. And that's going until 1:15 a.m. So there's the information there on the screen. And these storms are moving back up to the Springfield area. The strongest part of these storms may just pass to the south of Springfield. And I'm watching these guys off to the west. They are training, but they are not severe. Give me one moment. I'm going to see if I can stop that glitching there. It looks like it's glitching here. Go ahead and change the reflectivity here. Okay. Let's see if X still has... Okay, X. Yeah, I'm going to go with X mode. It doesn't look as... Okay, so... going back with the latest information here before I hop off the mic here. We are getting a new radar scan right now. So we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And the latest scan shows the strongest part of the storm is near Crane, just the west of Crane, so between Aurora and Galena. That's where we're seeing the heaviest storms right now, as all this activity will continue to train its way to the northeast. And these guys over here, again, I'm not sure why it's being so glitchy, they will be moving into our region later on within the next couple of hours. But they're not severe. Just want to give everyone a heads up. And for our friends in the Kansas City metro area, we do have a special weather statement here. This is for 50-mile-per-hour winds. And really, the storm is located near Odessa, just south of Odessa, between Lake Lafayette and Odessa. So 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts are likely from this cell as it continues to work its way to the east. Not really seeing anything severe, just the potential of 50-mile-per-hour winds. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take a look here and see if we do have any tornado warnings throughout the region. No tornado warnings here. And I'm going to go ahead and do some looking at the storm reports. Nothing new. This is a look at the radar in the St. Louis area. As this line of storms continues to work its way eastward, we are seeing a strong outflow boundary ahead of the main line, producing some gusty winds up to about 30 to 40 miles per hour ahead of that cell. But again, nothing severe out of that activity at all. Storms mainly from St. Charles down to Chesterfield, Wildwood, Pacific. No warnings, but we do have that severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect for the next 5 hours here. You can see on the screen a probability. Tornado chance 20, wind 60, 40% held. combined about 90% risk. Again, that's not saying you got a 20% chance of a tornado tonight, but that's just saying within that area, we could get. Okay, for Iowa, are we looking for the southeastern part of the state? Let's go ahead and jump up here towards Des Moines. Alright, so we do have some storms near Des Moines, nothing severe. We do have that tornado watch, which continues to be in effect for the next 3 hours. So we do have some more storms over towards the Tamra. And let's take a look at Burlington, as we do have a really good faithful watcher in that area. Storms located just south of Burlington, but again, there is a good high probability within the next few hours. If you're not getting thunderstorms now, you will as the cold front. Let me go ahead and show you what the cold front is. Where my mouse movement is, that's what the cold front is. So basically, as this cold front continues to work its way eastward, that will shut off or stabilize the atmosphere. So again, for the next several hours, we do have that tornado watch. And if they cancel the tornado watch early, which is possible, then that just means that conditions are stabilizing and not expecting any severe weather. But technically, we do have that tornado watch for a good portion, pretty much all of southeast and eastern Iowa for the next 3 hours. And then when you jump onto the Illinois side, we do have the special weather statement for a big area for the next 2 hours, and that is for strong winds. Yeah, you could get some winds 40 to 55 miles per hour in just east of the Davenport area. But again, that's east of the river, though. So for you, though, in that area, tornado watch next couple of hours here. Let's go ahead and go back towards the Kansas City areas. That's pretty much the most significant area. And this will be for 50-mile-per-hour wind gust here. And that's going for the next 30 minutes. So for Johnson County, Lafayette County, so Higginsville, Odessa, Warrensburg, Holden, and then heading towards Concordia. Expect heavy rainfall, lots of lightning, and some gusty winds. The good news is there is no active tornado warning for anywhere in the region. I'll zoom out. Yeah, let me go ahead and turn on the other radar here. And if you're watching on the backside, we do have a little bit of some light snow. Again, nothing significant. We did have some freezing drizzle, a little bit of freezing rain in Iowa and Sioux City. That's where my home office is. And roads were fine, but that was about an hour ago. So I'm sure they slicken up. So if you're watching in Siouxland, be careful out there if you must travel. Back to Missouri, our friends in Missouri. The strongest part of the storms will be from St. Louis right now, through Walla, through I-44, pretty much east of Springfield. And then we got the new storms that's, well, they're not new storms, but they're starting to strengthen back up a little bit, south of Monette, over towards Cassville. And we can go ahead and take a look at our live Doppler. If you notice, we like to use this for better detail and faster updates here. And actually, it looks like the storms calmed down somewhat over towards Crane and Quill, south of Bradford. You still have a severe thunderstorm warning that's going for 13 more minutes for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But if you're seeing this flashing, you could get some large hail as well. Go ahead and zoom out here. Give me one moment here. Okay, I gotta zoom out there. Taking a look at the cells in northwestern Arkansas here, we do have a significant warning. Let's see here. It's a special weather statement for 40-mile-per-hour winds and maybe some small hail. That's going for another 40 minutes here. And we do have a tornado watch located just south of the Missouri-Arkansas state line. That tornado watch is going for another 3 hours, but our watch, let's see if it fully expired. Okay, yeah, it looks like. Give me one moment here. I'm going to take a look at the storm predictions sent on another computer here. Alright, and take a look and see what they have going on. Okay, so. Okay, that one's been canceled. So it looks like. Let me go ahead and. Show just the advisories. Okay, so right now, okay, the tornado watch, they decided to go ahead. I know that's 1 a.m. Give me one moment to figure out why this isn't updated. It might just take some time, but I'll go ahead and see here. Okay, give me one moment here. Okay, so according to this computer here, we do have the tornado watch. Shows expires in 2 hours, but the bulletin shows 1 a.m. And behind the scenes, I'm looking at some data. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to say it's canceled when it's still on the screen, but for our friends in the Springfield area, just stay on guard. And again, I don't know why the radar is blinking like that, so I do apologize for that flickering. So let's go ahead and track the storm, as we do have this area of some hell located near Harley moving up to the north. Okay, I'm not seeing any warning on that right now, so that's some good news. We do have a flash flood warning in effect here that was just issued about 5 minutes ago for northern Berry County, northwestern Christian County, southeastern Lawrence County, eastern McDonald County, southeastern Newton County, and northwestern Stone County. That's going until 7 a.m. So we've had between 1 to 2 inches of rainfall so far. And I'm going to go ahead and put up the storm total precipitation. Let's go ahead and see here. Yeah, so in that green box right there, about 1 to 2 inches in the green area. And definitely a lot more up. Sorry about that box here. Here we go. So up here towards west of Greenfield into Garden City. About 3 to 4 inches of rainfall in that area there. So this particular map shows areas of the heavy rainfall. This is the radar estimated precipitation. It does a pretty good job estimating the precipitation that has fallen. So back to the maps here. Let's go ahead and zoom in here. This is the area with the most concerning. That is where we could get some hell, and again, that will be tracking the way to Springfield. Yeah, that'd be tracking in the Springfield. So Willie Nix, let me go ahead and put the comments back on the screen. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, or if you want a radar zoom, feel free to put your location in, and if you can go give me some details of I cover multiple states, and sometimes there's the same city in multiple states. So for example, Independence, there's Independence, Kansas, and Independence, Missouri. So if you can kind of say what state and city, and give me kind of if it's a small town, I'm trying to learn all the towns, but like a rough estimate, like mentioned, by city, then I'll definitely help you out. Yeah, I can definitely take a look at some models for you here. And in fact, that's a good idea since we really don't have much going on right now, severe weather wise. Go ahead and throw up some models. There we go. So this is a look at the HRRR model. And it's for 5Z. It looks like it is complete. Now keep in mind this, from what I'm seeing right now, is from 11 p.m. is when it was initialized. So a couple of hours old. But this can still give us some good information. So this is a look, and I'll go ahead and zoom out to show you the whole region here. So this is at 3 a.m. as we do have the main line of storms east of Springfield, from Springfield to St. Louis. And then we do have that last line of storms, which will be along the cold front, stretching from, say, Davenport through Columbia, Missouri, down towards Joplin and into west, I want to say east of Tulsa and east of Oklahoma City at 3 a.m. And as we work our way through the early morning, that line will continue to work its way off to the east. This is a look at 5 a.m. And is there a particular area you want me to zoom in for you? And I can give you details for your specific area. I imagine Iowa. But it looks like it looks like pretty much by 4 a.m. most of the storms have moved out of Iowa here. And still most of Missouri and a good portion of Illinois into Chicagoland and up to Milwaukee will still have storms by 4 a.m. And by 5 a.m. still a good portion of storms in the Ozarks and back over towards Fort Smith. And those storms will continue to track its way to the south and enter the Jonesboro area by about 9 a.m. Now, keep in mind as we work our way through the night, there will still be a big line of storms, but the intensity should be weakened quite a bit. So, and I'm going to stop that there because, otherwise, So, to recap for eastern Iowa, let me go back to 1 a.m. to right now. So, again, you do have some more storms to your west. This is at 2 a.m. They'll be moving into your area. By 3 a.m., this is what it could look like. Some strong cells east of Davenport. By 4 a.m., they'll be moving out of the region, out of Iowa pretty much, and mostly all into Illinois. So, and in fact, I can go ahead and take a look at some other models here. Let's take a look at the NAM. And look at the nest. This is gonna be, it's gonna be way outdated. Wrap. Okay, here's another model. This was initialized at midnight, so it's still fairly current. And this particular model is still in hour updates here. Alright, so this is midnight. Let's go 1 a.m. Again, some storms out there now. It looks like it'll all be pushing out of the Iowa area by about the same timing, about 4 a.m. The storms will be out of Iowa, and really no more redevelopment. And honestly, while we're talking future, let's go ahead and look at the severe weather outlook. And I'll go ahead and temporarily shut off the warnings. There we go. And look at the outlook for tomorrow. So tomorrow's threat will be well south of the Ozarks, Iowa, pretty much anywhere in the Midwest. So down towards central and southern Arkansas, and back to Texas and into Mississippi. Again, the threat, severe weather threat tomorrow will be much less than it was today. And let's go ahead look at the tornado risk. Not seeing the tornado risk out there. Be mostly wind and hail, as the energy that we had tonight will be well north of the system. So that's why I'm not too impressed with tomorrow's threat. Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and take a look at Dallas for the night here. Yeah, I say yes, you're good. But before you go, let me double check here. Okay, so you're in the Dallas Fort Worth area. Let me go ahead and see if I can get rid of that outlook. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I just want to check radar real fast here for you. There is some storms well off to your west. Not expecting any severe weather at the moment. Some advisories on. In fact, there's no watches or anything. You do have the storms off to your west, well off to the west, with that could produce some gusty winds, but you're totally safe. No tornado watch or anything for you in Dallas, Fort Worth. So I say you're good, and I want to thank you for tuning in and watching. In fact, I'll probably be heading back to, or be heading to bed soon myself. It's been a very long day, so. But again, I want to thank you for watching here, and I'm going to go ahead and do a couple more radar stops before I turn the music back on here. Oklahoma City. Still got a little bit of line of storms moving mainly to the southeast of Oklahoma City. Thin line of storms may produce winds 30 to 40 miles per hour. And then working our way back to the Springfield area, those storms have really lost their intensity here, and not seeing large hail like we did earlier. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning that's expiring right now, and that pretty much all the warnings have expired there. It's just not updated on the screen. You are so welcome. Anytime you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments. And again, I really appreciate you watching, and I'm thankful for all the new subscribers. We finally hit over 500 subs yesterday, so that's a big achievement. And the more subs we get, the more we can grow, and the better technology we can get for our channel. So I really appreciate all of you guys. If you guys ever have any questions, feel free to ask anytime. And before I exit the stream, I'll leave the stream on. What I do is I leave the stream on for 12 hours at a time. And then I restart the computer and start a new stream, so everything's fresh. But before I go for the night and go back to our regular music and radar, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. But I'm going to go ahead and look for any tornado warnings and stuff, and I'm just not seeing them at the moment here. And really, the tornado threat's really gone downhill. We still have some tornado watches, but if there's anything of significance, I'll just jump right back on. I'm going to keep the stream going. And again, if you ask any questions, it may be a while before I respond, like if I sleep and stuff. But go ahead and just put them in the comments. Well, thank you again for watching, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it back to our normal radar and music program. All right, everyone. I'm gonna jump back on here and give everyone an update. I'm gonna jump on probably about every 15 to 20 minutes here, just to give everyone an update about everything going on here. Now, we do have a new significant weather advisory going on for another 46 minutes here. Now, this will affect the Tulsa area, and we're seeing winds of 60 miles per hour in this area as it continues to work its way to the east here. And again, I want to thank everyone for watching. We just have you up in Coffeyville. Say, hey, it's thunderstorms, so definitely getting some thunderstorms out there tonight. I'm going to go ahead and change the view here to a local radar out of Tulsa here to get a better idea of what's going on here. So these are the thunderstorms here, and now I want to go ahead and take a look at the wind velocity here. Take a look here and kind of dissect where the strongest winds are. And right now it looks like the strongest winds are located just to the west of Tulsa. Winds about 40 to 50 miles per hour in the atmosphere, but a lot of that is reaching the ground at the moment. So that is why they have one of those special weather statements up here. And then working our way up to Coffeyville, we do have Coffeyville, Kansas, and south of Coffeyville in the Oklahoma area. Not really seeing much, just maybe 10-mile per hour winds or so. But again, definitely nothing severe, just some good old rain right now. And it looks like the thunderstorms have passed you. And we'll go ahead and put this into motion as the storms have passed you. And this line is moving slowly, but it's starting to move a little bit faster now as we do see this little boundary right through here. Go ahead and draw a little line for you. This little line right there is an outflow boundary, so that also could produce a little bit of gusty winds as well. And I'm going to go ahead and check something real fast here on my end. Okay, so let's take a look at Arkansas right now, up towards the Fayetteville area. Get the dot there. So we do have storms getting to move back into Fayetteville. Could get some small hail out of this storm and probably some gusty winds as well, as we do have 40-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail showing up as well. And the areas that's flashing on your screen, that indicates some smaller hail getting ready to move into Fayetteville. So I'll go ahead and put that into motion for you. As you guys have pretty much had storms for a long time tonight. And working our way up through the line here, we do have another area that could be producing some small hail over towards Cody and just to the north of Sparta. In fact, it looks like the latest scan shows the largest hail just south of Rogersville over towards Anchor Hills, and now continue to work its way off to the east here. Springfield itself, we have a break in the activity, and this line back here will move into the Springfield area within the next couple of hours here. So the main threat right now is flash flooding. We've already received 1 to 2 inches widespread, with some areas 3 to 4 inches as well. So you'll see quite a bit of flood warnings right now scrolling on the screen there, along with some tornado watches still in effect there. So definitely going to be an active night. The good news is the tornado warnings have expired, all of them throughout the region. Early on the night, we had several tornadoes that were on the ground and several tornado warnings. Good news is, as we work our way through the it's been a long day, through the overnight hours, there still could be a few tornadoes, but not expecting any big or widespread damaging tornadoes or anything like that. Just some smaller tornadoes, and a few could be intense. I know that probably doesn't make sense, but it's a case by case basis. But basically, the good news is there should be the main threats will be damaging winds and some hail, and a smaller threat of tornadoes is what I was trying to say. So we'll go ahead and take a look here. We do have that tornado watch. This is still showing one. Let's see if I can get. Okay, this is some more behind the scenes. Updated 38 minutes ago. So it looks like they have it going for another hour or so. So looks like they did extend that tornado watch. Just in case, it's always good to be on the safe side. But really, as far as severe weather goes, I'm going to be tracking back up towards the Kansas City area. We did have that significant fact. Let me go ahead and get the latest data. The significant advisory has been allowed to expire for Lafayette and Johnson counties here, and we do have another significant weather advisory over towards Arrow Rock. So this looks like Saline County, extreme northern, and Pettis County. That's for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that cell's moving into central Missouri. So our friends in Como, up towards Columbia, mainly moderate to heavy rainfall with some lightning. The storms are to your west, and they will move in within the next hour and a half or so into Columbia. For our friends in St. Louis, the main line of storms just moved through the metro proper, and we do have this little outflow boundary ahead of the line of storms that could produce some gusty winds out through there. But again, not seeing any severe storms, no warnings or anything out of that cell. So that's some good news. And then for our friends watching back here in Oklahoma and southern Kansas, that is, let me see if we have a significant. Yeah, this line of storms can still produce winds around 50 miles per hour. So nothing too severe or devastating right now. Springfield, Missouri. Okay, I'm sorry. I missed a couple here. Okay, so do a check. Salem, Missouri. Yep, it's Salem. I've been through Salem. Nice little area up through here. All right, so this area up here, mainly just some thunderstorms, nothing severe. You can go to bed. Everything is fine if you need to go to bed. Springfield, definitely you can go to bed. The strongest storms are off to the east. We have a break, and we have more storms off to the west, but by the time they get here, you're not expecting a tornado threat. There could just be maybe some gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. But yeah, you're definitely safe to go to bed in Springfield. And then looking up I-44 right now is Lebanon, there's Conway, Waynesville. Again, just heavy rainfall, really. Moderate to heavy rainfall with some thunderstorms. But again, nothing severe. Biggest threat will be some heavy rainfall that could lead to some flash flooding. And so we'll go ahead and zoom in further for you here. Let's go ahead and... Okay, I was just checking to see if I had more comments. Alright, so, Salem through there. Sorry it took a while to get to your area there. Let's look at some comments there. You have another line of storms that's just now starting to reach you in Salem. And in fact, you're probably getting closer to the St. Louis radar here. So, yeah, no warnings for you, but I will take a look at the velocity here and see. Now, yeah, you're pretty far away from the radar, so I'm not going to get any good velocity readings for you. But in the atmosphere, looking at about 30 to 40 miles per hour winds in the atmosphere, and some of that could make it to the ground. So a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain. What are you seeing out there right now in Salem? Yeah, there's no rotation at all. Hey, Scotty. Welcome to our channel. Do you have any questions or any radar views you'd like me to take a look at? Alright, let's go ahead and do a check. Was everyone watching so I can make sure I look at your area? Update for our friends in Northwest Arkansas. The special weather statements have been canceled. Just some heavy rainfall out there right now. And lots of lightning. Friends in the Tulsa area, we're watching the outflow boundary there. That could give you some gusty winds. And there's still some gusty winds up to about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Parts of Tulsa. So pretty much northwest of Tulsa. That's the heaviest. Oh, Ozark. I used to live in Ozark. Yeah. Used to live in Ozark. Yeah. Okay, so let me go ahead and put that back into the radar mode here. We're going to get a break for the next couple of hours. We just got to wait for this line out through here. And I got it. There's just a lot of data on the screen here. So we do have some rain out there right now, but like I said, we're going to get a break shortly. And then we got to wait for this guy back here. This is our front, cold front. So as soon as that works its way through the region in the next few hours, everything will stabilize and that'll be good. So that'll pretty much cut off all the precipitation. So by the time 5 or 6 o'clock rolls around, pretty much everything will be well off to the east of Springfield, and then we'll talk in probably West Plains area by about 5 or 6 in the morning. In fact, let me go ahead and take a look at H-R model. Now this gives you an idea of, let's go sub-hourly, why not? Okay, so this is a look at the forecast radar product here. Take a moment to get the data. I'm gonna go sub-hourly on this one, and this is for 2:15 a.m. In fact, yeah, it's showing a line starting to move its way eastward. More storms firing for Ozark, Springfield. This is a look at 3 a.m. So again, we're going to have numerous thunderstorms move into the Springfield area, along with that line that's moving in from the west. This is a look at about 4 a.m. And it's going to move it right to like 5 o'clock. Sorry. It's been a long day. I'm sorry. I'm get really tired here. So by 5 a.m., the line will be just south of Springfield and Ozark, but you could still get some thunderstorms. And this is a look at 6:15 to 6:45. By then, most of the storms will be around West Plains. And again, this is just an idea, kind of like a rough estimate according to the computer of where the storms will be. So I'll go ahead and play it out for you as we work our way through the morning. So by the time tomorrow afternoon rolls along, the storms will be well off to the southeast. So, but our friends down in Texas will have a slight risk of severe thunderstorms tomorrow, but I'm not expecting a big outbreak like we had today. So back to the radar here. Yep, Springfield definitely looks to get in on the this line back through here within the next couple of hours, as the line continues to move eastward, southeastward. So right now we're going to have a break. Okay, Virginia. Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and take a look for Smith County, Virginia. I'm going to go ahead and take a look here at the National Weather Service first. Up. Actually, can I put your location in here? I'm going to try something. I got a new tool that may allow me just to put your location. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. I used to live out of Ozark. That's my old stomping ground. Oh, here we go. Just took me a while to get it in the computer here. So here's the latest radar. Right now, clear skies here. Go ahead and put it into motion here. So no thunderstorms expected. I'm going to go ahead and look at the SPC here. Now, this is for day one. So for tomorrow, it looks like we do have the possibility of some thunderstorms moving in for you as well. And I'm going to go ahead and go back to our model for tomorrow. And if you allow me a few minutes here, I can load some data up for you. And then I'll go back to... Smith County. Thank you for that. You did a really good job typing that out. That makes it really easy. Okay, so I'm going to pull up the radar. It's in progress right now, so I'm going to take a look at data from the previous one. Alright, so this is 7 a.m. Looks like storms will enter your region late tomorrow evening around about 10 or 11 p.m. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the radar if you don't mind. And I'm going to go ahead and put this into motion for everyone. And I'm going to check the National Weather Service for you and see what they have to say for your area. Alright, here we go. Yeah, so you have a chance of thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to take a look at some model data off screen. Yeah, like I was talking about, looks like your chance for the thunderstorms will be late tomorrow afternoon. And really the highest probability is later on, so around 10 or 11 o'clock. You have the greatest chance of getting rainfall in that area. So, again, thank you for watching. I do appreciate that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take that off. There we go. So, zooming out across the country right now. Go ahead and... Whoa, okay. So basically the active weather throughout the country, the most active is in our region tonight, and which was to be expected here as we do have the energy moving through here. Taking a look in Siouxland and Sioux Falls, as we do have a little bit of light snow moving in, not amounting to pretty much anything. In fact, we have a picture from Mitchell showing what it looked like when snow moved in. So again, that's how small, how such a little amount of snow it's actually producing. So there is a winter weather advisory up to here. I left it off the ticker since we have a lot of severe weather going on. So, but again, it's really nothing too impressive. And the heaviest snow right now will be over towards north, just northwest of really St. Cloud. You could get some heavy snowfall mixing in with the rain, and then more steady snowfall as you work your way towards the Arrowhead up here into Grand Rapids and Virginia up through here. That's the most steady snow right now. And over towards Milwaukee, go ahead and take a look here as we do have dense fog advisories here. And you could get some heavy rainfall as I'm reading a bulletin from the National Weather Service there. So if you're up there in Wisconsin, southern Wisconsin, so Madison, Milwaukee, be on the lookout for the next several hours of some heavy rainfall for you guys. And for you folks in Chicagoland, these storms are well off to your rest right now, but as we work our way through the next couple of hours, the rain and thunderstorms will move into your area. But the good news is I'm not expecting severe weather or anything too strong from that. So go ahead and load the radar from Jolette. As we do see the stronger cells south of Peru here, and they will work their way off to the northeast towards Chicagoland. And let's go ahead and go back to Missouri here. You do see that pretty strong outflow boundary really to the east of St. Louis now. No severe weather, just heavy rainfall, lots of lightning and stuff, and heavy rainfall tonight. Again, flash flooding is the main concern right now out of these storms. Central Missouri, friends. Okay, we gotta talk about you guys up to here. We are seeing some stronger cells starting to move into Columbia, so the University of Missouri area. And then we have the bigger cells located just to the west of town here. So towards Boonville, there is a special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds. So let's go ahead and take a look at that here. It's a strong thunderstorm that's going to impact northeastern Pettis, southwestern Howard, and central Cooper counties through 2:15 a.m. At 1:48 a.m., Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm 7 miles west of Pilot Grove, so 15 miles northeast of Sedalia, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So the main threat out of that will be wind gusts to 50 miles per hour and pea-sized hail. So let's go ahead and take a look here, and I'll go ahead and put a track on it. So it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and go to our storm track friend. We'll draw a line. Okay, that's pretty close here. So Boonville, about 18 minutes. Columbia, about 42 minutes it should enter you. And that's the part of the cell that could be producing some small hail and some gusty winds. So definitely keep an eye on that this evening here. And we do have a new tornado warning. Let's go ahead and take a look here at this tornado warning that just came in fresh off the presses, and see a pretty significant couplet on it. Give me one moment. Let me go ahead and make some changes to our warning system. One moment. You're going to see a little bit of some changes for you right now. Go ahead and do this on air. Let's go ahead and go to all state 48. There you go. Tornado warnings will now be on the screen. Okay, perfect. Okay, so got that updated. Okay, so back to the map. We do have this tornado warning. This is out. This long view, right? So this potential tornado is over towards White Oak. So if you're watching from Texas, over towards Spring Hill, this is the area of rotation here. Let me go ahead and read the warning from the National Weather Service. It's just a radar indicated tornado warning. So it's a tornado warning for northwestern Gray County, northwestern Harrison County, southwestern Marion County, um, southeastern Upshur County, and this goes until 2:30 a.m. At 1:50 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado, and it was located over Glade Water, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So go ahead and put the radar in motion here as the storms continue to work its way to the northeast here. Again, this is for Texas, so I'll go ahead and zoom out to show you an idea of where it's at. So it's in the northeastern part of the state of Texas. So over the next couple of hours, it'll be heading up towards Texarkana and into Arkansas. But I want to go ahead and give anyone watching, hello, Nelson, Missouri. Thank you for watching, Baby Dollio, Baby Dollo. I love the name, love the name. Okay, so let's go back to Nelson. There we go, and yep, our friends down here, looks like you do have a special weather statement. So it looks like 40-mile-per-hour wind gust, maybe some smaller hail. You do have a strong thunderstorm near Houston, or 9 miles east of Sweet Springs, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So really, it's along I-70, but the smallest, like the hail being detected on the radar, it's just south of you, just south of I-70, really, and that's tracking off towards Boonville. So again, you do have a significant weather advisory for a little bit of gusty winds, but nothing really severe. And I want to thank you for watching. And while I'm up here at the Kansas City radar, go ahead and put this in motion for our friends in Como. Great college. I went out there to the college out there for a couple years. Great community. I miss my friends there in Columbia. But anyway, looking at the radar from St. Louis, these storms are continuing to work its way into central Missouri here. No severe weather or anything like that. So go ahead and put the warnings back on the screen here. And take a look here back at this tornado warning. If there's anyone watching in Texas, please let me know. I want to cover your storm, but I also want to cover where everyone's watching from. So if you're curious about your location, go ahead and leave it in the comments, and I'd be glad to take a look at the weather in your area. And going back to our friends in the Ozarks, the cells really have died down compared to where they were a couple hours ago with the tornado warnings. So that's good news. So still very heavy rainfall and lots of lightning. And then looking back towards Joplin right now, this is the last line. This will be the last line because there's a cold front out through here. So once a cold front moves into the region, it'll knock off all the precipitation. So that is a good thing. Still watching the storms and over towards Green Forest now. Berryville, Oak Grove, Arkansas right there. So you have a little bowing right there. So there could be a little bit of gusty winds out of this cell here. Yeah, so about 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts as well. And seeing some winds in the stronger winds in the atmosphere. See if I can get some readings for our friend in Nelson there. I'm going to get about 40 50 mile per hour winds out of this cell. Most of the strongest winds just north of you in Nelson, and then some more south of I-70 towards Pilot Grove. Nothing in Boonville right now. Okay, go back to next rad. Yeah. Really, the most severe storm we have at the moment is this tornado warning. Gotta take a look at Shreveport. report here. Good news is it is radar indicated, so we don't officially have any spotter reports. But there's quite a bit of population out here in Longview, so that's definitely worth keeping an eye on. The storm moves off to the north. Let's see if I can take a look at the reflectivity. Yeah, it's gonna be sloppy. It's just too far out there. Oh, that's too bright. That's the problem. I gotta change the palette on that one. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the whole region. And start at Texas. And then take a look at the activity over by Tyler. You guys over in Tyler, you guys watch TV? Watch Brett Anthony. I believe he's on Channel 19. Excellent guy. He was a meteorologist in the Kansas City market for many years. Excellent guy. Believe he's still in the Tyler TV market. But anyway, we also have more storms back towards Abilene. They're working their way off to the northeast. That's along the front. And we have some more storms firing up here. Really south of Garden City. This is southeast of Odessa. Let me go ahead and change the radar view. There we go. So there's Starling City. There is the area where I'm concerned with some small hail. Yeah, 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's for southwestern Glasscock County, southeastern Midland County, northwest Reagan County, and northeastern Uptown in western Texas. So that's really snuck up. Those cells really have intensified over the last hour or so. If you're in, do we have anyone in Texas? I'm not sure if we do have anyone in Texas, but heads up for you guys over towards Midland that some strong storms are firing. Abilene do have some strong storms north of Abilene that could put down some hail and some gusty winds. More storms going up towards Wichita Falls. And looking back towards Oklahoma City, do have some storms southeast of Oklahoma City. And here's some flashing area indicating some wind and maybe some small hail. Yeah, nickel-sized hail is the area that's blinking. So anytime you see the blinking and some purple, that indicates some potential hail, small hail. Good size, significant advisory here for Tulsa here. This is probably for winds. Yeah, 50-mile-per-hour winds as we have these line of storms move through. Let's go ahead and take a look here at our scope. So about 30 to 40-mile-per-hour winds gust in Tulsa. And ahead of that, you do have the outflow boundary that's bring winds up to 50 miles per hour as well. So as the line moves through, the winds will increase as well. So that's a look at the Tulsa area. Check in on our line out through Joplin. Move to Springfield. I wonder if Doug's still on. Yeah, Doug's the foam guy. No, not foam. Comb. Yeah, Doug Ely. He's awesome. I wonder if he's broadcasting live tonight. Yeah, excellent meteorologist. So I'll go ahead and put that in motion as the storms move into Missouri from Kansas here, and nothing severe, just some heavy rainfall across the flood warning area. And then taking a look at the storms over towards Here we go. Okay, it looks like the wind's gusting up again. Let me take a look at the cell northwest of Springfield. So this will be just north of 60. It is for 55 miles per hour wind gusts. So we'll go ahead and take a look at our reflectivity here. So these areas indicate the strong winds. Let me go ahead and put the storm relative velocity on, which I don't really like to do because it's too bright. Hard on the eyes. I need to work on that color palette. But you have areas with 55 to 60 mile per hour winds. Here's Hartville along 38 and then 5. That is the strongest area. So you could have a potential microburst in that area, bringing down some strong winds. Let's go put this into motion. Yeah, definitely what's happening, it's a downdraft, otherwise known as microburst. That's basically when storms cycle. They start, when they weaken, pretty much everything up in a cumulonimbus. There's a lot of energy in that cloud, and a lot of times that just all the raindrops that's in the cloud ends up gushing out of the storm towards the ground. So, and that creates some pockets of some very strong winds. Okay. Yep, Springfield, you are good in Springfield. The storms are southeast of you. We do have another line that will move in, but again, not expecting any real severe weather with that. If anything, the winds may gust 30 to 40 miles per hour. But then again, there is check that tornado watch, still in effect. It says 1 hour, it shows it expired at 1, but in fact, before I give you any misinformation, I'm going to take a look here, and yep, still see that tornado watch, and I'm going to check in with the Storm Prediction Center and see what they're thinking with the watch. Okay, yeah, not really getting information on that. So, anyway, you are safe to go to bed. There's no warnings for tornadoes, really, or thunderstorms at the moment here. But if anything, just heavy rainfall and some thunder and lightning when that line moves through in the next couple of hours. Anyone else have any questions or areas you'd like me to zoom in? I'd be glad to look up pretty much any location. I do want to go back down to this tornado warning in case we do have people watching just to the northwest of Longview, Texas here. We do have a radar indicated tornado. So that's a tornado warning going for the next 22 minutes here. And severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over near Gladewater, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. And checking the velocity, still seeing the potential of a tornado with that storm. As we just got a new scan. Here we go. Okay, let's give it a second as the radar is trying to scan. So we have some missing information. Okay, yeah. Hello, Lisa. I will go ahead and take a look for that area momentarily. Alright, so this is where that tornado warning would be. Potential tornado in this area north of Spring Hill. If there is anyone watching from that area, I'm going to go ahead and take a look. Joplin, Missouri, you are safe. You got that line of storms that's moving in, but you do have that flash flood warning. This is Joplin right now. You do have thunderstorms in the area, but this is the last line. And once this line moves through, that's where the cold front is. So it will stabilize the atmosphere. And once this line moves through, you will be good for the rest of tonight. I'll go ahead and take a look at Illinois for you. Lisa. There we go. Yeah, it's really handy. They built a little search option here on our toolbar, and then that way the radar automatically zoom, which is a really nice feature. So, looking at the region, we do have the storms in Missouri. That line of storms that's over by St. Louis, let me go ahead and minimize this, will track its way to the southeast as we work through tonight. Now ahead of that, you're seeing these pop-up storms, and those storms are smaller in nature, but again, they can produce thunder, lightning, heavy rainfall. For you, there's pretty much no watch, or well, let me check to see if there is a watch. Give me one moment here. I think there is something for you. It's been a busy night. I just want to make sure I get everyone's watches right. Yeah, no. Yeah, no watch. Okay. There we go. I just wanted to make sure while I'm giving you information. So what we are seeing right now, we do have these smaller storms that are developing, moving up towards your location here. But the main line is well back here. So let's look at the Paducah radar. Let me see up here. Yeah, so this little line right through here is producing some gusty winds. So as that line of storms move into your area within the next couple of hours, that line will also enhance these storms too. So you could get some gusty winds and some small hail, but again, no watch or anything's in effect for you. So you are welcome. Go ahead and take a look at the broad view. So these areas circled, the big areas, those are areas that we'll watch, and that's all that means is they are mesoscale discussions, basically letting us know that that's the area to watch, for severe weather and flash flooding. So Longview, Texas still has that potential tornado on radar. Let's go ahead and take a look here. There we go. And so the tornado warning, as you can see, takes up a smaller area, and it's only in effect for another 18 minutes here. Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. All right, definitely let's take a look at Broken Arrow. Did they ever find that Broken Arrow? Yeah, you do have that special weather statement in effect here. That's for 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it's getting ready to expire. So that's good news that there's no additional or special weather statements in effect here. And basically, a special weather statement just indicates that there's a pretty strong storm moving into your area. Yeah, let me go ahead and take a look here, Emma, for you. So to finish up Broken Arrow, this is the last line of storms, but you see back here, you do have numerous storms. So what happens is this front's moving slowly southeast, very slowly. But you have individual storms that keep moving up northeast along the front. So it'll still take some time, but give it another couple hours, the whole line itself will be south of you. Now let me go ahead and take a look at Illinois. You do have a special weather statement in effect. Oh, wait. That's not what I wanted. Okay, give me one moment. I mistyped here. The wrong state. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, so this is a look at your local area zoomed in here. So we're going to look at the radar out of Lincoln here, and just some light This here is ground clutter, okay? But this area over to the east of, west of Lincoln is just some light rain. Now for you though, we're going to be, let me go back to your location. Sorry about that. Okay. See if I can mark that on there. I kind of want to make sure I give you the right information here. So again, you have storms moving south of Lincoln here. You kind of, really, I don't see any significant storm heading towards you, at least in the short term. Just a moderate to maybe some heavy rain, and you may have some thunder or lightning, but nothing severe, as the line of storms will stay mainly Springfield southward. And then you will get more of this area back here that will produce some heavy rainfall. And then you got these guys. Those are the ones that could produce some thunder or lightning for you, but again, not really expecting severe weather in your area tonight. So, oh, sorry, I don't mean to change the radar like that. I hit the wrong mouse button sometimes. For our friends in central Missouri here, let's go ahead and take a look here. We do have the cells moving into Columbia. Now, there is a little college radar. The University of Missouri, they have an X-band radar, but unfortunately, I don't have that in here. And I don't know if I have access to KOMU. So that's out of the question. Basically, Columbia's kind of way in between two radars, and so it's really hard to get a good feed when it comes to wind, because when the radar scans, the farther away the radar scans, the less accurate it is because it's shooting up in the atmosphere. So that's why Columbia really needs its own National Weather Service radar. But that's just a side rant. Okay, so looking at the current precipitation out through here, more storms moving into Columbia, so lots of thunder, lightning. Nothing severe, but you could still get some gusty winds here. Let me go ahead and go to the latest image coming in here. So this is New Franklin, this is Boonville. So Rocheport could get some strong winds here. But like I said, you're pretty far away from the radar. So I'm scanning aloft at this point. So just be on the lookout for some gusty winds. Probably about 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And I'm showing another storm on Clinton. Okay, that's 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible as well. And I'm going to go back here. There's the cell. There we go. So between Clinton and Lowry City, actually down towards Osceola, pretty significant storm with some hail. Possible hail showing up here. Let me go ahead and take a look at the Springfield Weather Service office. Yeah, that's the strongest, so is Wasco. Yeah, that's where you could get some pea-sized hail. Oh, Moberly, Missouri. Yeah, went to community college in Moberly, Missouri. I miss that town. I used to drive up from Columbia. Yeah, here. Instead of searching for, I'll just zoom in. Off 63. There we go. Alright, so Moberly, Missouri. Had a hook on radar 30 minutes ago. Ton of rain and wind. Absolutely dead. Yeah, I can see where the storm went through. And I can take a look at velocity data. Oh. But again, the problem is we definitely need some more National Weather Service radars. Because as you can see, up to here, a lot of, you're so far away, you get some range folding, so not really good way to see. Now, reflectivity, like you mentioned, a nice hook echo. Let's see if I can load it up here. Oh, I forgot to change the Pleasant Hill. Sorry about that. That'll make a big difference. Okay, so it was more bully. So no wonder I wasn't getting good velocity. Yeah, still range folding on that. But, yeah, I want to look at that hook, though, because with the strong winds, you could definitely get some hooks. Nope. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But yeah, that's when you have that significant weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds. And pea-sized hail. Did you get any hail at all? Pea-sized hail? Or was it just gusty winds? But yeah, that's moving out. There we go. This last line is getting closer to Springfield. It's now pretty much east of Joplin. So the heaviest part of the line is exited Joplin. So you're just going to get some light to moderate rain showers. So the atmosphere is stabilizing for your area along the front here. I want to go ahead and take a look at Ozark as looks like we do have some significant winds showing up here. So I want to kind of show you guys a little trick to looking at the radar here. Whenever you see this bowing right here, east of Branson area, over to Cedar Creek, that indicates a potential of some strong winds bowing out. It's called outflow. And that's where you watch for some strong winds. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look here and do some scanning. And so you'll get about 30 miles per hour. Again, not technically severe, but enough to produce some gusty winds from that little bowing segment out through here. Not really seeing anything in the way of hail. Again, hail will show up as blinking purple on the radar here. But if you put this into motion, as you can see, it kind of bowing out. So that's why we're watching for some gusty winds. And National Weather Service has issued a special statement for Taney County. This goes into 2:30 for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour and nickel-sized hail. So definitely want to keep an eye on that. So yeah, thank you for your report there about Moberly. Yeah, and I'm sure the storms were rotating. They were probably mezzo, but again, Moberly is there really needs to be a radar in Columbia, and I've never understood why there's no radar in Columbia. I know it costs money, but I mean, at least be like a C-band radar or even X-band, something out there. And Mizzou, to their credit, they did buy an X-band radar. I just don't have it programmed in this computer, but it's hard to get good velocity data for you, way out there in Columbia. So maybe someday in the future, the government will put at least a smaller radar out there. So that's my little side rant on that. So anyone have any questions or any radar zooms or forecast questions? I can also check with the National Weather Service and look over their data as well and give you an hour by hour forecast here. And excuse me. I want to see if there's still that tornado warning here. That tornado warning in Texas It's a much smaller area, broad rotation, if anything. Yeah, still got a couplet on it. Still got a couplet. And that's base reflectivity. Storm relative is really bright, so I try not to use it on the stream. But definitely something there. Looks like they're going to let that expire, and they elected to issue a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag until 3 a.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts mainly. But there's still some rotation on that cell north of Longview, Texas. Oklahoma City radar. Okay, zoom out. Whoops. There's so many statements down on the computer that it's hard to click the radar site. Significant weather statement for 20 minutes. Yeah. Strong storms, but again, half-inch hail will be the main hazard. Let's go ahead and take a look at Ville. Ville, yeah. And again, that's really bright as well. But pretty much like I mentioned before, anytime you see purple and some flashing, it indicates that there could be some hail. Yeah, that's pretty big size hail though. Up. That's mesoscale discussion. Half-inch. Okay, half-inch hail. Alright, so that's the line of storms moving across central Oklahoma. So nothing severe, just some gusty winds and some small hail out of that batch. Springfield, the last line's getting closer and closer to Springfield. So that is really good. Sooner we can get this line through, the sooner basically the sooner it'll knock off. Basically, the sooner the atmosphere will stabilize. Yeah, lack of sleep starting to catch up. But I want to go ahead and stay with you all. Looks like the strongest storms are actually working their way to Como, central Missouri here. So yeah, this is my point. This is my point. So looking at the normal radar range, Columbia is basically like from St. Louis cut off, right? So that's the extent. This is to get the good radar data, not the long range. And then you look at Kansas City, Pleasant Hill, same thing. You're right at that boundary. So what they do is they just extend the range, but you still get, it's still fairly accurate, but again, you don't get as good of data as if you had a local radar. So again, that's the strongest area, so some potential hail down here. Again, we do have that tornado watch in effect for another 33 minutes. So it looks like that will be allowed to expire, and we do have some significant weather alerts. For Boonville, actually, that has been canceled. So that's good. No significant weather alerts or anything for central Missouri at this time. Okay, yeah. Hello, I will go ahead and take a look here. Washington County, you do have that severe thunderstorm watch. And we'll zoom in, give you a good zoom in. Strongest storms for you currently to your southeast of Potsy, and those are moving to the southeast. The line is moving to the southeast, and those storms are moving off to the northeast. But strongest part of the storm has passed you. You're just going to get some moderate to heavy rainfall, and you could get some more heavier storms moving in, but the main threat for you will be gusty winds, maybe 30 to 40 miles per hour tonight. And as of right now, there's nothing really. Take a look at velocity. Yeah, not really any wind for you. There's wind up here, so it's 40, I-44. Excuse me. But nothing even near you at the moment here. Well, just pretty much we're transitioning from a big severe weather outbreak to just some thunderstorms with some very heavy rainfall. In fact, the area that's most unstable right now, besides Texas, will be central Missouri. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look here at the regional radar view. It's good to get an idea of everything from a right scale. In these terms for you, folks in Illinois will be pushing up towards Chicagoland over the next hour, and portions of central Illinois get some smaller storms, but nothing real organized. Maybe some gusty winds up to 30-40 miles per hour and some small hail. You folks watching from Siouxland, we do have very, very light snow just northwest of Sioux City, really affecting Sioux Falls. I'm going to see something here. I'm going to see if we have a traffic camera. There's one in Sioux Falls. Yeah, so we do see some snow up here. This is Beaver Creek here on I-90. Seeing some snow, but the highways look fine because it's such a light snow. See if we have any traffic cams in Sioux City. No. Well, we need more traffic cams, but I think as this app gets better, there will be more cameras added. Oh, this one's actually odd. Oh, wow, nice. So this one actually has real feed. Nice. Okay. The other ones are mainly pictures. Nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back here. See if we have any cameras. Now the Ozarks, I don't think they have any cameras on here yet. But like I mentioned, as time goes on, they add more cameras every time. The app is called Weather. The app is called Weatherize. Okay, very, very good app. If you're looking for a good radar app, Weatherize is the one to use. I will eventually add a Weatherize logo to the screen, so that way, if you ever want to check out a radar program, this is really good. Okay, so back to the Doppler radars. Okay, so Fayetteville. Thank you for watching from Fayetteville. I'm going to ask you if you are talking about Arkansas or another state. I believe there are a few Fayettevilles. If you're in Arkansas, you do have that tornado watch. You're inside that tornado watch, but it's going to, expire within an hour. It shows on the computer here. Strong storms are off to your east right now. I'm going to put this into motion. All the storms have moved off, and we do have that last line of storms, but really they are weakening. I'm going to go ahead and change radars here. And so we do have this last line that, actually, take it back. I was just looking at a radar far away. So they are maintaining their strength here. And as that line you see moves in, that's producing some gusty winds as well. But if you notice, south of Tulsa, you got some stronger storms that will work into your region as well. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on as the night goes on. but no tornado warnings anywhere close to you. There's one tornado warning for Texas right now. That expired, I believe. Let me go ahead and stop the animation here. Okay, yeah, this looks like a new warning. Yeah, this is a new warning for the same tornado here. Let me go ahead and take a look here. Velocity. He still has a pretty good velocity on that tornado warning here. Radar indicated it's a tornado warning until 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time for southwestern Cass, northwestern Harrison, and northwestern Marion counties. So at 2:32 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles north of Arlington, or 19 miles northeast of Longview, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So this is your rotation here, so pretty good couplet on this one. And then here is a look at the reflectivity. So over towards Victory, that is... you definitely need to be in your basements if you're watching. Anywhere in the tornado watch, seek shelter, but seeing a pretty good couplet here. I'll take a look at CC here. Yeah, not really seeing anything there. But definitely seeing a couplet tonight. So, a couplet south of Victory and Rock Springs. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and take a look here. For you here, is it pretty bad? What's going on? Is it let's see. Yeah, it's a severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, but that's a line of storms. Yeah, pretty strong storms moving through part of the line, and as you can see, very, very strong cells moving in. Lots of lightning out there as well. Are you getting gusty winds out of that? I'm sure you are getting some gusty winds. I'm not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings, but you definitely get a little bit of breezy conditions out of this storm as the line moves in. Maybe 20 mile per hour wind gusts. But definitely lots of heavy rain and probably some small hail. Oh, sorry, that's super bright. Probably some small hail. All right, yeah, I could take out Yale County. Okay, what state's that in? Let me double check here. Yeah, this is multiple Yale counties. Let me take a look here. Oh. Oh, Arkansas. Okay, sorry, I should have known that one. There's just a lot of counties that a lot of areas that I look at. Okay, so let's take a look at the map here. Over towards Fort Smith, correct? Okay, so over towards Fort Smith. Alright, so nothing going on right now here. Yeah, we do have that tornado watch that's still in effect. That should be expiring soon. No storms immediately for you, but we do have this line in Oklahoma that will move in, and winds will kick up 30 to 40 miles per hour. You may get some small hail. As of right now, there's no tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings out of that. Just some gusty winds. Now, you notice that tornado warning we were talking about in Texas, that will stay well south of you. In fact, let me go ahead and pull that back in here. Okay, that should switch radars here. There we go. And now stay well south of you, heading more towards Texarkana and southwestern Arkansas. So as of right now, you are in the good for Yell County. All right, I'm taking questions. This is a good time to ask for your specific location. And if you want a forecast, I can look that up as well for you and look at some data, some models, and yeah, pretty much just let me know how I can help you, how I can be of service here. Now, we do have a mesoscale discussion, and we do have those pretty strong storms in Texas. So, anyone watching in Texas right now? Especially out by Abilene? Because that area is getting some pretty good cells right now. And the most intense cells right now is that tornado warning. Ooh. That was a really nice hook, but yeah, I want to look at the velocity couplet again on that one. Yeah, pretty impressive. Yeah, as you can see that holding together. I'm gonna see if the storm report's on here. Oh, yeah, I forgot I could do a split view. Oh, yeah, and I forgot something. I could also do this. And then I could do this. Look for a bounded weak echo region. A lot of cool stuff you can do with this radar. Alright, yeah, thank you for your report. I'll go back and take a look, though. That is, you had a pretty significant cell move through. I'll go ahead and turn that off here. How do I turn that off? Okay. How do I turn that off? Oh, okay. So, I'm going to go back up here. There we go. Nice little community there. Yeah, lots of heavy rainfall, lightning, thunder. Yeah, as the line moves south, it's been a long day, so yeah. But again, not seeing any warnings, that is a good thing. So you may get a little gusty winds and lots of rainfall, lots of heavy rainfall, and that's just it tonight. The main threat right now will be the flash flooding, because we got so much heavy rainfall out there, and you're gonna be tracking and training over the same area, and if and what's interesting, like you said, is the way the radar looks. Just you can just tell how strong these storms are just by looking at the reflectivity. So, thank you so much for your report here. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at Crawford County. Why not? Crawford County's awesome. All right, give me one moment to adjust the radar. I'm going to take a look at some National Weather Service data off screen for you and see what's going on in that location. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, so nothing really concerning from the National Weather Service for your location here. Okay, so what I want to do, maybe Robertson. I can pull up Robertson. That'll be good. There we go. That's in Crawford County. So I remember right. Robinson. If I can type right. There we go. Robinson. Crawford County. There we go. Okay, so it's pretty much in the same general region, I think. So, okay, so looking at the radar, hours away from the main line of storms, which is way over here. So it's tracking your way to your location. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put in a future radar here. And again, this will just be a estimate of where the precipitation will be for you. And let's go ahead and go here. Okay, so this is looking at 6 a.m. So that line of storms still won't make it to you until at least 5 to 6 a.m. But not really expecting a huge outbreak of tornadoes or anything like that here. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at, that's the wrap model, but I can do HRRR. That's another high resolution. Yeah, I see it's much more high resolution. So this is 6 a.m. The storms will be moving into your area by 6 to 7 a.m. And definitely get some heavy rainfall, lightning, and maybe some gusty winds out of that cell. There you go. Our rivers are in. Yes, exactly. See, here's the thing. A good portion of Missouri. In fact, if I load up the warnings here, as you can see, our warning system, it's going nuts. Just a lot of warnings. In fact, let me go ahead and see if I can just show. Okay, yeah. If I just take. In fact, let me go ahead and do something here, and just show you the amount of warnings here. A lot of flood warnings already, as you can see on our call system on the bottom of the screen. There's just so many warnings going on right now for flooding, and that's the main focus tonight. Rest of the night will be the flooding. So lots of heavy rainfall and lots of rain to still. In fact, here's a look at the regional view here. So the line is moving through. It's moving slowly. In fact, we have a new discussion here. Let me go take a look at the discussion. Okay, it's a big area. It's probably going to be about flash flooding. Okay, this is concerning the watches. Okay, so the threat continues across the tornado and severe thunderstorm watches. So that's a bunch of meteorological stuff. Okay, so putting this in motion, the storms really are training over the same areas tonight, but we are starting to see a little faster progression, which is good to get the front through here, but then you definitely get some severe weather out of this. So definitely could get some gusty winds. There we go. In fact, I want to show you the difference. Keep an eye on Monette, and then see what happens when I make. Oh, that ain't too bad. Okay, that's actually pretty good. But basically, you'll see it change, and it's definitely a lot more. Okay. Radar is going to start all over. Give it 1 moment. See, the radar scans at different heights, and so what it's doing is it's changing a tilt. So as soon as it makes this run, there it goes. Okay, so this line is moving eastward. It's picking up in speed, moving eastward. But the faster the line moves through, the more wind it could produce. But luckily, not seeing much in the way of wind warnings, mainly just the flooding. You are totally welcome, and thank you so much for watching, liking, and commenting, and the hype, the thing that my main focus on is hype. Now, if you ever see me like I did earlier, tornado warnings and stuff in the title, tornado on the ground. I used that for most of the day because we had tornadoes on the ground. I'm very big on not having clickbait, but the maps, when you see my thumbnails, you will see if there is a tornado threat, it will show in detail on a map in a thumbnail. I'm not going to clickbait people or overhype, every storm as it's Armageddon or climate change. And here's the thing, we do have climate change, we do have all that, but everything, there's so much clickbait and hype, and I just want to get to the science, and I don't want to overhype things, because when you do have actual tornadoes on the ground, if you're always hyping things up, then people are probably not going to listen to you and take you seriously, and that could contribute to people losing their life. So I really appreciate your support. We hit 500 subs yesterday. It was a great feeling, because the bigger our channel grows, the more our videos can spread, and that is a wonderful thing, because I really do this as a public service, to give people a no hype scientific weather coverage. So thank you again for watching. I really appreciate that. So looking back at our Springfield radar, this line is really starting the last line of the night, I'm going to say, where the front is, it's really starting to make its way to the east, and that's good. Once it clears Springfield, the conditions will stabilize. We're still going to get rain for a while, but as far as the tornado threat and all that stuff, it's going downhill minute by minute, and it's mainly going to be a gusty wind and very heavy rainfall event for the rest of the night. Tornado threats will be well into Texas. In fact, I haven't seen anyone commenting about tornadoes or anything in Texas. Now Tulsa, I'll go ahead and take a look at Tulsa here. Now, Tulsa here, we have this last line moving through. So, as the line moves through, still going to get some heavy rainfall and some severe weather, and maybe some gusty winds. But as far as rotation goes, I am just not really seeing any rotation here. So it's all pretty much all the winds blowing in one direction as the line moves through. So you really don't have to worry about tornadoes near Tulsa. So that is a good thing. The only tornado we have is well south into northeast Texas, and that still has the rotation on that one's actually weakening. It's not as bad as it was, so that one actually losing. Yeah, it's more broad. So, any more questions or radar zooms or anything that any questions here? Okay, we do have anyone watching from Central Missouri, from Como. We do have, looks like south of Columbia, off Highway 63, over towards Ashland. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, and this would be for the gusty winds here. So the National Weather Service has issued and this was as a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Boone County and northern Colorado County, and that's going until 3:15 a.m. So the main threat will be gusty winds and some strong hail. So really large hail, really I'm not really seeing anything of real concern here. Looking at the reflectivity, it looks like there was some hail there, but the warning has just been dropped. So yeah, just as soon as it developed, and that's the thing, these storms, what happened here is you had this little guy here. See how it's blinking? That's indicating some hail, and that's why they issued it. But then if you notice how you got towards Highway 63, over where the airport is, it just weakened. So and then maybe a little bit more hail. So, really, these storms, as far as severity goes, it's just heavy rainfall producers at the moment, and that's probably the way it's going to be for the rest of the evening. Not evening, it's next day. So, anyway, really severe weather. As far as severe weather goes for the rest of the night, Texas. Um, that looks to be the hot spots as we work our way into the night. Let me go ahead and turn on the radar down here. There we go. So, Texarkana, if you're in that area, definitely that's an area where you could get some severe weather. In fact, the watches will probably start being dropped soon. In a lot of these areas here. So, all right. Any questions? How much rain is predicted in the end? In fact, let's go ahead and take a look. That's something I haven't taken a look at for your location there. And I'm going to go ahead and do a look at how much rain has fallen and take a look at... There you go. I can really zoom in. That's the beauty. I love that tool. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the radar here. Storm total accumulation here. Yeah, so far about an inch, but it's coming down so fast that yeah, if I put this in motion, you can see how it's spreading. So that's that. So what I can do is I can look at models, and I'll probably switch over to the NAM and see. I can show you precipitable. Oh wow, that's bright. That is really bright. Temperatures bright again. And I'm just seeing what products are available here. But what I can do is I can take a look here. Let me go ahead and do the National Weather Service here. So what I'm going to do is take a look for your location. And what this will do is allow me to access some more model data. And so if we add up this amount here, so we go ahead and do 0.33 plus 0.25. So probably another half of an inch of rainfall to about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. So at the end of the storm, so probably looking at a total accumulation of rainfall about 1.5 to 2 inches out of this. Probably a little bit more than that, but that's just the numbers from the National Weather Service here, and then they're pretty accurate. So that's why I like to stick with the Weather Service. Hello, Southern Ohio. Okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and take a look here for you. Give me one moment. Change radar here. So you're probably in this area down here. Nothing out there now. So what I'll do is take a look at the outlook for today. So you're in a slight risk of severe weather. And this is a potential of tornadoes. So the area that's in the hatched red is the highest probability of tornadoes. And the green, you still have a chance of tornadoes. It's just not as likely. But to be honest with you, today we had a pretty strong tornado in southern... oh, gosh, sorry. I was looking at a report. Southern Michigan, we had a pretty good tornado out through there, and it wasn't even in the high tornado risk area. So Do have a chance of a tornado tomorrow. Wind in the yellow. It's a risk of wind damage. So really, wind, tornado, and hail is the probability for you. And as far as the precipitation timing goes, let's go ahead and do a model. Let's go ahead and do the precipitation. Yeah, we can do this one. And it'll take a moment to load up the data. This is one of our computer ones. So this is looking at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 10 a.m. It's looking at the model at noon. Storms moving into southern Ohio up towards Dayton, Springfield. And then they'll work their way eastward as we work through the day. So at 4 p.m. we do have some strong storms moving in across southern and central Ohio. And by 5 p.m. it'll be heading its way through eastern Ohio. And then by 7 p.m. All the storms will be out of Ohio. Now I will say this about the risk of severe weather tomorrow is it's definitely not going to be as strong as it was today, because the energy won't be, the energy will be at, most of the energy will be at different locations. So basically today we had a strong connection with the energy in the atmosphere and the severe weather. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that off here and go ahead and take a look at the composite here, and then I'm going to check the comments section. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can go back and take a look here for you. Okay, put that in. If I put that in the computer, I can zoom right in. That works really nice. Whoa, there we go. So that's what's happening out there right now with the radar. Clean sweep. No storms or anything for you. Maybe just a couple clouds out there, no big deal. In fact, for everyone watching, I can turn off the traffic cameras right now, and here's a look at the infrared pictures. You can see the storms just really blossomed today, and definitely a lot of energy in the atmosphere. So there's a lot of precipitable water in the atmosphere, so that's why we're getting one reason why we're getting a lot of heavy rainfall and some flash flooding. You are welcome. Thank you for watching. Glad to be able to help you. Okay, so any questions? Let's go back to the radar. Zooming in. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at these storms south of St. Louis here. Definitely a lot of storms. Still training. And here's the thing. The back building over towards Farmington. There you go. I'm going to go ahead and change the view here. So what you'll notice is if we keep an eye on the radar, you have the line, but then you have more storms develop. New storms that's, building along the line. That's one reason why the line looks that way too. You just have numerous thunderstorms, multiple thunderstorms, probably hundreds of individual thunderstorms in that line right there. So very, very, very dynamic atmosphere tonight. Lots of instability. And even looking at central Missouri, see a lot of little storms firing. So definitely going to be a lot of storms for really through the morning hours, early morning hours at least. The leading edge of the line is almost to Springfield right now, and as you can see, it weakens quite a bit to just some green and some yellow. So it goes from heavy thunderstorms to just moderate to light rain, and eventually it all dries up. So if I take a look at Wichita, you see that all the rain will eventually be through. So again, for Tulsa, Do you have some winds out there up to 50 mile per hour along this line as it moves through? And you may get a little gusty winds along that leading edge, that little line right there as well. Yes, Michigan. Yeah, that's what I was wanting to point out as well. Michigan, we had the big threat area today was, in this area, right, that we're watching right now. And in fact, it stretched up to Iowa and into Wisconsin, because that was the area where we had the biggest clash of dew points, right? Well, Michigan still had a tornado threat, but it really surprised me, to be honest with you, because my focus was in the higher probability. So my point being to people is, when you look at these tornado threats, yeah, definitely keep an eye on the red, but always pay attention to the green, because there could be a tornado up to here. Weather is still very, as much technology as we have, and the technology is definitely a lot better than it used to be. And we have a lot of models and stuff, but yeah, you can have all the models in the world, and you could still have tornadoes that develop, in the green area. So that's definitely, like, say back here towards Dayton. All right, you could have a tornado there. But the hatched area is where the conditions and ingredients are more likely for more tornadoes. But definitely, you made up a really good point. You definitely want to just stay weather aware, and always have multiple ways of getting severe weather alerts. And my favorite's always the weather radio. And of course, with our phones now, if you have the emergency alerts activated, then you will be notified of tornado warnings. And same way with flash flood warnings, because as you can see, we have a lot of flash flood warnings, and those kill people too. Just like the big event we had in Texas, unfortunately, where the camp is. So definitely always have your alerts turned on your phone in a good weather app. And eventually, once we can grow the channel, is one of my goals is to come up with an app. That would be a no hype, no clickbait, no BS basic app. And so if you see anything, talking about tornadoes and stuff, it's legit, not overhyped. So that's my goal, anyways. Anyone have any questions or radar zooms or anything you'd like me to look up, or any storm reports too? Be glad to look at. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the latest on this tornado warning for Texas here, and take a look at the... Whoa, okay. Bear with me one moment. I got to change radar sites. We're going to go Shreveport. And take a look at the reflectivity. Okay, yeah. Definitely seeing some rotation with this guy. Oh yeah, see how that just flashed? That's what I was commenting. Got a brand new tornado warning. And let me go ahead and make sure I get the right one. Radar indicate brand new tornado warning, and this is in Texas, South Central Cass, North Central Marion. That's what I was commenting on. You had this tornado. In fact, let me go ahead, go back, show you what I was looking at. And you see this rotation? You have this little red box here. That's what the tornado warning is. But technically, you had circulation up there, but technically you had a much more impressive circulation back here, and it was outside the warning area. So when we say if you're in or near a warning or watch box, go ahead and take your precautions, because I was looking at the rotation, and just seconds after that, that looks like that's down. It's just radar indicated, but I can't say it's down for sure, but that looks very legit. very tight rotation, gate to gate. Fact, see if I have a CC drop. Hard to say. CC drop is kind of hard to look at, really. It's noisy. A lot of the times it's noisy. But if it matches up, where you have the low values with your velocity couplet, then yeah, it definitely could be something. No confirmation yet. I'm not sure if we have a tornado chaser here. Yeah, no chase on that one right there. So that's very impressive out in Texas. So that is the area with the most concern. And these guys from Tulsa southward, all these cells are producing some gusty winds up to about 50 miles per hour. So these down here are only, 50 miles per hour wind. So definitely keep an eye on that gusty winds, but no rotation with those storms in Oklahoma. Oh yeah, Chesterfield, Missouri. Yeah, okay. Yes. Let me look. Not yes to the tornado because I don't think there will be, but I'll definitely take a look at the region here. We do have the storms moving in the area right now. You just have some heavy rain, heavy steady rain, and some lightning. Strongest storms are south of you, and there's really no rotation. These are pretty much straight line winds along this edge. And I can go ahead and take a look at velocity here. Yeah, not seeing anything as far as rotation here. And I'm going to take a look back over towards Columbia to see if there's any new warnings. And let me go ahead and zoom in. Sometimes it's just easier to select your city and zoom right in like that. That's pretty cool. But yeah, as you can see along the interstate right there, just some light rain right there, close to the radar. So, and then there's some more moderate rainfall, Raritan, New Haven, and then these guys right through here, pretty strong cells, south of Kingdom City. Nothing severe. They may be rotating, but nothing tornadic. You can tell by the couplet, it's like a C looking. It's just inflow. What happens is winds blowing inside the thunderstorm towards the thunderstorm, and then winds blowing away from the thunderstorm. So it just takes on a shape like that. But yeah, it's nothing concerning as far as tornadoes go. Springfield, that last strong line of storms moving in right now. So we're getting a radar update here. Okay, put this in motion for you. Yeah, the tornado threat for most of the area is gone. In fact, if you guys remember, I was just talking about that couplet in Texas. It's probably confirmed at this time for Cass County and Marion County. So let's go ahead and get the latest information, and I won't be surprised if it's a confirmed tornado. Yep. See how this is purple? There we go. Particularly dangerous situation. This is a confirmed tornado warning till 3:45 a.m. for South Central Cass and North Central Marion counties. At 3:11, just a couple minutes ago, a confirmed and extremely dangerous tornado was located in Alberia, or 21 miles north of Marshall, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. And it's a radar confirmed tornado, a particularly dangerous situation. So, again, you can tell by the couplet. See how strong that is? Very, very, very strong couplet. In fact, we could probably see a CC. Yeah, we see a CC right there. very hard to see. This is why I recommend trying not to look at CCs unless you want to bear with the couplet. So I'm going to dissect this storm. Wait one moment, take a look at the data here. Yeah. Anyone in that area, if you could confirm that's a tornado there, definitely getting some. Go back and look at the data here. Bounded weak echo region. Yeah, look at that updraft. Yeah, definitely. Area of concern. If anyone of you know anyone in that area, feel free to share this video. I appreciate anyone sharing it to get this information to them because not everyone has access to a television, and so it's just good about the internet. You can always share live video feeds with people. Any question as far as Chesterfield and the tornado goes? Pretty much north of a Little Rock line. I don't want to say that totally because you do have a tornado watch. So pretty much if there's still a tornado watch for any location, like say northeastern Oklahoma, tornado threat continues. Northwest Arkansas, Fayette, Bella Vista. Yeah, you still have a tornado watch. But if it's canceled, chances are very slim that a tornado will develop for the rest of the night. We're just going into a different mode of severe weather tonight. With the exception of that cell in Texas. Looking in the Ozarks again, we do have these line right through here is bowing out in a couple of segments. That tells me there's probably some gusty winds. So it looks like it's the potential of 50-mile-per-hour winds in eastern Ozark, southeastern right, eastern Douglas, western Howell, and southwestern Texas. That's through 3:30, so about another 15 minutes. So let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity here and do a scan. So about 50-mile-per-hour winds. You have some pockets that could get up to 60, 65. So you're probably having a little bit down. Yeah, there you go. Put this in motion here. Yeah. So you have an area of some downdrafts right there, especially in this area right through here. Gentryville, to the north of Richville. That's the area with the strongest winds right now. Go ahead and put this in the normal mode. Excuse me. So that's a pretty strong cell with 50-mile-per-hour winds. I'm going to go ahead and make a change. Give me one moment since I have the... I'm going to go ahead and go to... Okay, so you're going to see a lot less flood warnings on the screen. Now, keep in mind the flood warnings continue, but I want to make it to where it's focusing on the tornado warnings the most. So, temporarily, excuse me one moment here. I gotta go back and make some changes here. There you go. So it's going to focus only on the tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. Okay, so back to the maps here. Okay, let's go back to the tornado on the ground here. So again, we have this tornado warning. It is a particularly dangerous situation. It's in effect until 3:45 a.m. for South Central Cass and North Central Marion counties. At 3:16 a.m., just a couple of minutes ago, a confirmed and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Lodi, or 21 miles southwest of Atlanta, and this is in Texas, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. So, let's go ahead and put this into motion as the storm is moving off here. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in, get some details for you. This is Lodi. This is pain. Velocity. It's starting to lose its couplet. It's still a pretty tight couplet. Not as tight as it was towards Prospect. So it's definitely probably cycling. So it's still a possible tornado. On here, let's go ahead and take a look here at the debris. Now, you see the blue? It's kind of lost the bins. There's still a few bins of blue, but that indicates possible debris in the atmosphere, right? Being lofted into the atmosphere. So if you're in Prospect, remain in your tornado shelters, as we do have a high likelihood that there is a tornado on the ground. Oh, thank you very much, Kyle. I really appreciate your compliment on that, and thank you again for watching. I really appreciate that, and thank you to everyone subscribing. I really, truly appreciate you guys. If anyone up a new tornado watch, let's go ahead and take a look at the tornado watch. This just came in momentarily. This is a tornado watch. I'll go ahead and pause the radar here. Show you the tornado watch. And we'll go ahead and read that together. Okay, so tornado watch for portions of western and central Arkansas, far northwest Louisiana, far northeast Texas. Effective this Saturday morning from 3:20 a.m. until 8 a.m. So the main threats would be a few tornadoes and a couple of intense tornadoes possible. We could get some scattered damaging wind gusts, 270 miles per hour, and some isolated large hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. So basically what's going on is we do have that confirmed tornado. And in fact, let me go ahead and zoom in here. Down here. So these storms will continue to work its way northward. And we're going to have more cells develop and they rotate. So the threat of tornadoes, okay, is once you get into Missouri, it's pretty low. South of Missouri, especially where that tornado watch is in effect, that is an area where you definitely need to watch for tornadoes. Again, there could be an isolated tornado that pops up along the state line here, but the main focus of everyone in Missouri is the damaging wind. Let me go ahead and get the latest information here. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that will be for West Plains. So we're looking at northeastern Ozark, southeastern Douglas, central Howell County until 4 a.m. At 3:17 a.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 19 miles north of Bakersfield to 7 miles east of Gainesville, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So the main threat will be 60-mile-per-hour winds out of this cell in south central Missouri. Springfield, the last line is heading towards, well, is exiting the metro there. And for the rest of the night, behind that line, just expect moderate to heavy rainfall. And there could be some lightning still, but a majority of the severe thunderstorms will be south of Springfield here. Let's go ahead and take a look here into Oklahoma as well. We do have, these could be producing some hail. half-inch hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds from the cell out through here. Um, but by far the most significant storm right now. And it looks like this tornado warning is radar indicated for South Central Cass and Central Marion until 3:45 Central Time, as we lost the tornado has lifted, but there's still a potential tornado. So stay in your safe rooms, and for the next about 15 minutes or so. Excuse me. Okay, yeah, I can definitely take a look here. Fiance downhill train. Okay, well, tell him thank you for his service. I really do appreciate that. Let's go ahead and take a look here. I'm sure he's probably getting some gusty winds here. Let's go ahead and put your location in the radar. There is a tornado watch. Oh, okay. Sorry, it zooms in kind of fast and tight there. So here's a look at the broad area. We do have thunderstorms moving in here, and we do have that tornado watch that's still in effect for his location in about for another 35 minutes here. And I am indicating the potential of some gusty wind up to about 40 miles per hour here. I'm going to take a look at the velocity here and really pin down the wind. So about 20 to 30 miles per hour here, and you may have some pockets with 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. But I'm not seeing any rotation, so there could be some gusty winds, definitely some heavy rainfall, and some lightning. Not too much in the way of lightning, but definitely something to keep an eye on here. The strongest, most intense parts down here, so there could be some small hail associated with that too. I'm gonna put that in motion for you. So yeah, as you see, I'll zoom out here. You have this thin little green line. That's an outflow boundary. So as it moves southeastward, you got more thunderstorms that develop behind it. It pretty much causes a ton of lift, and so more storms fire up, and it keeps the line going for hours. This line will be going through noon tomorrow, but it'll just be way over here, towards Memphis and stuff by that time. But definitely a strong line of storms. But thank you for watching, and again, I appreciate him serving our country. Let's go ahead and take a look at northern. Yeah, let's take a look over towards Harrison. Yeah, still got some storms there, and the strongest storm on the radar up here is for West Plains. Yeah, you see our family out here in Alton, Oregon County, good old Oregon County. Spent a lot of time at the Argos. Anyway, radar view showing the storms moving West Plains. They should be there probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes for West Plains. Zooming out here, not seeing any more warnings for Missouri per se. There's a tornado here. Okay, so looking at Illinois, we do have a significant warning here. I'm gonna switch radars here. See if get St. Louis, and I'm gonna take a look at this one. So yeah, looking out here, we do have a significant weather statement pretty much expiring in 2 minutes here for winds, 50 mile per hour winds. So definitely if you're in that area, you could get some gusty winds here, and we're getting a live radar sweep update. Yeah, as it's moving to the east here along the line. So you get some gusty winds along that front here. And working our way up to the Lincoln radar. Savannah. Okay, Chicagoland, you're starting to get some storms in your area. Not seeing much in the way of lightning. A few strikes. You can take a look at the airport as well. Yeah, there we go. Looking at the airport, we get 1 minute updates. There you go. So just some general rain up there and some lightning here. I'm going to go ahead and work my way back to that tornado warning. Let me know in the comments if you have any questions or any local zooms. I'd be glad to help you out. Okay, yeah, Nikki, I'll definitely take a look for you. Oh, sorry. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at some data from the Weather Service here for your location, see what we have going on. Give me one moment. Alright, so off the view. Okay, so we're going to look here. So we have thunderstorms in your area. Pontiac, let's go ahead and see here. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That's going until 4 a.m. I'm checking with the Weather Service here. Okay, here we go. So there you are. Right up here, Ada. So the strongest storms are technically to your south, but depending on exactly your location. That is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So basically 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail is likely for you right now. Strongest cells are just south of town. And the flashing indicates a small hail. But let's go ahead and take a look at the winds. And we'll go ahead and scope it out here. So about 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. What are you getting out there right now? Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and take a look here. No, you're okay. I'm going to go ahead and take a look here. There we go. So Pontiac County. Okay, yeah, you're definitely in the warning here. So getting about 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. Are you getting some strong winds as well where you're at? It looks like the heaviest part of the cell has passed you already. And so the purple and the flashing, that indicates where you could get some hail, some small hail. But for you, I'm seeing about 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Yep, winds up to 50, definitely. And you see this little area back here, southeast. So I'm looking at pockets 50, 56, 57, 60 mile per hour wind gusts possible. Heading eastward. So yeah, definitely producing some wind out there. Okay, question for Little Rock, Arkansas. Oh, I love that song, Colin Ray. Oh yeah. Okay, so Little Rock out there. You got a couple of storms located just to the west of Little Rock. Nothing severe out there right now, but you do have that tornado watch, which is in effect It's showing for 11 minutes, but that's not right because they just issued a new warning, or new watch. So tornado watch for another 4 hours, as we do have these small storms popping up. And as we head into the next several hours, you continue to see these storms pop up and they'll become more widespread. And then again, watch these guys down here towards Texarkana. They have a history of producing tornadoes, so go ahead, keep an eye on there as you do have the chance of the threat of a tornado over the next several hours. Okay, really, Illinois, let me go ahead and take a look here. Alright, Jasper County. Alright, let's see here. So, we do not officially have a tornado warning. So, as far as tornado warnings or watches, I think you'd be safe to go to bed. Still going to get some thunderstorms moving through. May get some gusty winds, as we do have some pockets of some gusty winds out there. But overall, yeah, you're safe. I'm not expecting any tornadoes for you in that location. So, you are safe to go to bed. Alright, let me go ahead and take a look here at Alderson, Oklahoma. You do have a tornado watch. You're located inside the tornado. It zooms in a little bit too much. I do apologize for that. But that is a nice feature that can zoom into that area. So the line of storms are just on your doorstep there to the west of you. And this line of storms will continue to develop and push off to the southeast here. And we will continue to have more storms fire as well. In fact, you see these guys over here on the east. So expect more storms to fire up, and some of them may merge with a line of storms moving in, as we do have a frontal boundary that is responsible for a lot of this severe weather tonight here. Let me go ahead and put that boundary on the map for you. There you go. So keep in mind this front is probably most likely through Tulsa right now. There's a lag in the front drawing on the screen, but just know where this line is. It's likely the front is close by. And once, just like in any area, once your cold front moves through, it stabilizes your atmosphere. And then the risk of severe weather pretty much goes to nothing at that point. You are welcome. Thank you so much for watching. Alright. Any questions? Any radar requests? Forecast? You name it. So I can look a lot of stuff up for you guys. I want to take a look here at this tornado warning. We still have one active tornado warning. Still got its signature right there, a little V notch there. But the good news is it looks like it's just a tornado radar indicated tornado warning for central Cass County. The warning's a lot smaller than it was earlier at 3:33. About 5 minutes ago. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over near Claddair, or 13 miles south of Atlanta. Again, Atlanta, Texas. Okay, yeah, I'm not concerned. The last scan just showed how much it weakened, so let's go ahead and show you. We had a little V notch there. But it's so broad right now that you are fine. That it's still officially in effect, tornado warning, but let's see what it says. Yeah, and it still could produce a tornado, but at this point the circulation's really broad. Okay, but velocity signature. Still have somewhat of a velocity couplet. Yeah, see, it's pretty much nothing. Okay. Alright. So, go ahead and zoom out. Show a radar view for okay, Springdale. Yeah, I can go ahead and take a look at Springdale. Okay, so you are under a tornado watch right off the bat there. Okay, so this is Springdale. And so it's going to go ahead and load up the data for you. You do have, let's see what kind of warning that is. Okay, that's discussion. Okay. That might be, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of data. Springdale, right now you're enjoying a nice break, but you do have back over here towards the Cherokee Nation this cold front that's moving into the area. So I'm gonna go ahead and get a high resolution next rad real time scan. Give me just one moment to load. That's the winds out there now, along with the front. So could be producing 30-mile-per-hour winds or so. Again, this is winds in the atmosphere, but it's close enough to the radar that that's likely how much is reaching the ground, or close to it. Reflectivity, again, once that line moves through, conditions will stabilize, but the line will not move through for a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the model. And go ahead and go to HRRR. And then I can tell you exactly when the line of storms will move through. This is a look at 5 a.m. So you got some time. You got a little bit more than an hour before that line gets to you. But then once it moves through, then conditions stabilize. This is at 8 a.m. when conditions stabilize. Fact, let me go ahead and go back to the radar here. Looks like we do have. Okay, that's significant. Okay, I thought there was a tornado warning. Okay. Here we go. New tornado warning. This is for extreme south. In fact, I'm going to keep that on the screen. This is for extreme southeastern Arkansas. It's a radar indicated tornado. So this would be west central Lafayette County, southern Miller County, and southeastern Cass County in northeastern Texas until 4:30 a.m. At 3:41, just 1 minute ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located in Bivens, or 10 miles south of Atlanta, Texas, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So again, this is the potential tornado, and I'm going to go ahead and change radars. Just bear with me for 1 moment. There's Shreveport here. So that's part of the same storm, as you can see, it exiting Cass County into a different county, into a different polygon area. Okay, yeah, see the scan? That's a really strong inflow notch, right? So you have winds blowing inside the thunderstorm and then outflow. So definitely going to be some rotation with this storm. It's just radar indicated, and so nothing's confirmed. But again, that is a tornado warning going for another hour. And zooming out. Okay, zoom out for the whole region here. I'm gonna go back up here. I'm not trying to ignore you guys in Texas, but I know I got some people watching up here. I want to go ahead and give them updates here. and then back to Oklahoma. So definitely keep an eye on the sky if you're in Oklahoma. In well, right now Oklahoma for the strong winds, but the tornado threat right now is shifting primarily into southwestern um, Arkansas right now, and then moving into central Arkansas. Um, Sorry about that. I'm starting to lose my voice. It's been a long day, so um, definitely stay weather well tonight. And if you guys have any questions or local radar views, please let me know. I'd be glad to zoom in for you. Okay, so this is a look at the radar here. Definitely seeing some rotation here. Um, Go ahead and take a look at another view of Oklahoma. This is a look at the radar from Tulsa. So you can see a line of storms that's moving through this McAllister right now. Go ahead and take that off the screen there. And it's moving, this line pretty much extends into Neosho and then into Springfield. And the last line, the strongest storms just to the southeast of the metro. And then again, you have some more storms that could move in, but a majority of the severe weather is done for Springfield. And then we do have their strong storms moving into West Plains right now. I'm going to go ahead and take a break, and during the break, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm giving you guys a warning. I'm gonna turn the music back on temporarily, and give myself. All right, everyone. I am back. I'm gonna go ahead and give everyone an update. Let's go ahead and start fresh. I want to know where everyone's watching at, and that way I can focus on just the areas that people are watching. And I want to clarify something a moment ago. One of the programs I was using was showing a tornado watch that is a ghost watch. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. That was the one up there in Iowa. There's no tornado watch in effect for Iowa. That was just a computer mistake. So I just wanted to let you know about that. So let's go ahead and start fresh here. We do have that tornado warning that's in effect still. In fact, let's go ahead and put this into motion here. As it's moving into Arkansas. And we will track it here. Let's look at velocity. We do see a couplet. That's where the couplet is right now. Nothing confirmed. It's a radar indicated tornado. But we still have a rotation couplet on the cell as it's continuing to move into Arkansas. So the tornado warning is roughly south of Texarkana. And this is a look at the rainfall out of this storm. So pretty significant rainfall out of there. Now this tonight we are getting a lot of heavy rainfall throughout a lot of the region. So Texas through Oklahoma through southern Missouri, just south of St. Louis. You see this area that's bowing, and along this bowing line is where you can get the strong winds. So right now we'll see a large portion of southern Missouri getting very strong winds. In fact, let me go ahead and there you go. So this is located. This is West Plains, Missouri. This Mountain View. This right here is a special weather statement. So any area in purple, and this is Oregon County. This is Alton. So pretty much Alton northward, including Winona, Birch Tree, Mountain View, West Plains, Emirates, Summersville. You can get 50-55 mile per hour winds right now. And the severe thunderstorm warning itself is smaller right now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Ozark and southeastern Douglas counties is canceled. So basically what's happening is it's still producing strong winds, but it's not necessarily severe criteria. So definitely in south central Missouri could get some gusty winds. Now again, anyone along this line, so from Illinois, in fact let's go ahead and jump over to Illinois right now. You have this strong line of storms, those Urbana, basically stretching all the way to Chicago right now, right? So this whole area line of storms will continue to be pushing its way southeast, and along the line you could get some gusty winds out of this storm. So about 40 to 50 mile per hour winds is likely with this leading edge of storms, and as you can see we have more storms firing up ahead of that line. So it's gonna be a long night for you folks out through Illinois and into Missouri here. Lots of lightning. Again, we do have numerous flood warnings out there right now. So that's another concern that we have. And we do have some significant strong storms producing some strong winds as well. Again, moving through south central Missouri. And looking at Oklahoma, we do have, let me go ahead and go to Fort Smith, this leading edge of thunderstorms, which can produce 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. And this whole activity will continue to push its way to the east into Little Rock, the Little Rock area. So, uh, again, let me know where you guys are watching, and I'd be glad to do a local zoom and give you an update on your particular area. In the meantime, before I sign off and go back to music, I want to go ahead and okay. I am back. Okay, just south of Donovan. Thank you so much for watching. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and go back up to good old Ozarks and take a look here at the storms moving in. This is the area of concern right now. I know that area very well. Oregon County. Grandparents lived in Alton. They had a business out there, a couple businesses as well. So I used to deliver ice with my grandpa as a kid through all of Oregon County. So very good area out there. And that was Donathan right there. So anyway, we have storms off to the east. So storms will be moving into your area over the next hour to an hour and a half. I'm going to switch radar sites. We're kind of, yeah. So we're kind of out in the middle of two different radar zones right through here. So you can see that this storm here is producing gusty winds up to about 50 miles per hour. So there's a, go ahead and read that statement here. So strong thunderstorms will impact Shannon, southeastern Dent, southeastern Howell, southeastern Texas, and northern Oregon counties to 4:30 a.m. So about another 30 minutes. So at 3:45 a.m., Doppler radar is tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from 7 miles northeast of Raymondville to near Somersville to near Mountain View to 7 miles southwest of West Plains, moving east at 60 miles per hour. So 50 mile per hour winds, a pea-sized hail is likely here. And let's go ahead and see what notification that is. Heavy rainfall, flash flooding. Yeah, that's another threat for tonight. Flash flooding will definitely be a big concern across the whole region here, as we do have the very heavy rainfall. And the line itself is moving slowly, and you have numerous storms firing up along that line. So that is the main problem with the storms tonight. So Cassville, Missouri. Okay, let me go ahead and take a look there for you. That's in Berry County. It's right there. And it looks like the strongest cell near you is just to the east of Cassville. You do have some more pop-up storms, but again, heavy rainfall. These storms will be with you for the next couple of hours. I'm going to switch radars out here to show you what's ahead. So this is a leaning edge. There's a cold front out through here, but there's plenty of moisture that will right up along this boundary here. So expect thunderstorms and showers for the next few hours at least, until the cold front can move through and stabilize the atmosphere. Basically, right now we're getting just the heavy rainfall and some lightning and in the flooding rains. I'm gonna go ahead. There's no watch or anything like that, and really there is lightning, but it's not too impressive. And wind. Yeah, there's some wind out there, but nothing too severe at the moment. So yeah, you are welcome. It's my pleasure. I enjoy being here for you guys and offering this public service and giving everyone as much heads up as possible. But I am about ready to go to bed. I've been up since early this morning, and since there's really just that one tornado warning, I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and leave the radar up and have the music play. And let me know about the music. The music is free music right now, and so I can afford to get some good music in. But I think that's what I'll do. I'll let the call system handle this. There's numerous flood warnings. I took that off the call. That way, the most significant storms will be, the warnings will be on your screen. Thank you again for watching, and I'm going to reprogram the radar while I have you on here. And, fact, yeah, okay, it's been fixed. I'm going to go ahead and give me one moment before I bounce to... Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reprogram this radar. Bear with me for just a few minutes while I set up everything. And what will happen is this radar will continue to update live for you for the rest of the night. And I'm going to leave the stream playing for the next several hours. So feel free to leave this up on your computer or television. And it will give you alerts and stuff of any tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm watches here. And I'm going to go ahead and work its way up to here. Show everyone the snow. That's the northern view. You are welcome. Thank you again for watching. Alright, I hope everyone has a good night, and thank you again for liking, watching, and sharing our videos.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, everyone. It's been quite the last 24 hours. We've had numerous tornadoes yesterday in southern Michigan and through Oklahoma as well. So I'm back now. The time now is about 11:05 Central Time. So I'm going to go ahead and change a couple things up real fast, and then we'll go ahead and give an update on the latest weather information. So, one moment here. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the region, what's going on. Whoops, excuse me. Okay, so here's a look at the current radar. Right now, the most intense storms are located across really central Texas. You're getting some thunderstorms, but nothing really severe right now. Just some heavy rain and some thunderstorms. Some strong storms near Texarkana right now. There's a significant weather alert in effect. And let's go ahead and take a look at the local radar out of here. These storms here are producing winds about 30 miles per hour, so nothing too significant out of these storms. Over towards Tyler, still about 30-mile-per-hour winds, as those storms will continue to work its way to the northeast. The whole line really is slowly moving off to the northeast. So let's go ahead and work the line over towards Memphis right now, as we do have a pretty strong storm towards Orlando. That is this storm's capable of producing 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And there's also a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for another couple of hours for the region as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at this storm, since that's probably the most significant storm in that region. The winds have died down just a little bit, but again, just south of Orlando, that is a pretty significant wind gust there. Let's go ahead and work our way up through Clarksville. So, Clarksville, Kentucky, here we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Hopkinsville there. It's a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds for Central Christian County, Eastern Trigg County, Northwestern Todd County. That's going until 11:45 Central Time. At 11 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Cordez, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So, small hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main threat out of those storms there. So we'll go ahead and put this into motion. As you can see, it's moving its way to the northeast here, heading right towards Hopkinson with the strongest wind. Let's go ahead and take a look at the winds. So that's 50. So let's produce about 50-60 mile per hour winds. Most of the winds are about 40 to 50 on radar right now. So we'll go ahead and zoom out. And I'll go ahead and put this in regular reflectivity mode. And then we'll work our way up to Louisville. Just some good old thunderstorms in Louisville. Again, we do have this front. And this tornado watch. This tornado watch up to here expires in 6 hours. So it's a severe thunderstorm watch for portions of western and central Kentucky and middle Tennessee, effective until 5 p.m. Central Time. The main threats today will be scattered damaging winds to 70 miles per hour. And we could get a tornado or two possible in this area. Working our way up north, we do have some storms in... there we go, zoom in for Cincinnati. Some storms here, nothing severe. The strongest cell we have at this time is over towards Leesburg, to the west of Greensburg. So, yeah, nothing too significant, though, just some good old thunderstorms here. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear this data. Turn off the warnings here. Okay, keep that Okay, so what I want to do is go ahead and take a look at the severe risk for the day. So that's the radar right now. So you can see the area in yellow is the area we're expecting severe weather. That's a slight risk of storms. The area in green is a marginal risk of storms, so you can still get some storms as well. But today's severe weather outlook is not as impressive as yesterday. There still could be some storms. Well, there still will be storms, I should say. But as far as a big widespread tornado outbreak, I'm just not seeing it. So we have two distinct areas of severe weather that's going to be pretty much from the Mexico-United States border through Texas, northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, a good portion of Mississippi, and then now stretch all the way up through Nashville. Now back through here, this area, not expecting a big tornado outbreak, but there could be a couple tornadoes. We do have an environment where there could be a couple of tornadoes along the line. The main threat, tornado threat wise, will be up in Ohio. Let's go ahead and take a look at the tornado risk here. So you're looking at there's Columbus, Ohio, pretty much in the red. The hatched area is where we can see some large tornadoes today. So pretty much Mansfield to the southeast, and that includes Akron, and then into Pennsylvania as well, so western Pennsylvania. So anywhere in the green, we do see that risk of a tornado today. So stretching really from extreme northern Louisiana through Memphis, Nashville, and then up all the way up into southwestern New York. So that's a tornado threat right there. But the red area is the area where we can see some larger tornadoes. So definitely stay weather aware today. Let me go ahead and check the chat and see if we have any questions here. If you have any questions or want to see the radar for your local area, just drop your location down in the chat. But I just want to give everyone a quick update. This stream has been going for 11 hours. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and check. Give me one moment. Not sure what that sounded. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to check some behind the scenes sources. Okay, one moment. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm already starting having some computer problems on the back end. So I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream and check back on my channel in about 10 minutes. I'll have a new live stream going with the radar. Thank you again for watching.